Meowdy, konnichiwa, mihao, all of the things. Hello, hello. I see that Twitch is being strange again. We love to see it. Someone looks different? I don't know what you mean. Not at all. Croso. Say crow. It's okay. There's no cause for alarm. Anyway. Oh, screaming fish. Does that fish have hair? Slight concern. It should be fine. What? Me? Sus? Never! I never am sus. Ever. Not a single time. I don't think so, technically? As if being sentient wasn't dangerous. I'm only sometimes sentient, as evidenced by the fact that I, only have half of a brain cell for puzzles sometimes. Let the jury determine if I'm sus. Okay, but the jury is biased. We've established last time that the jury's incredibly biased, and I don't think that they should be allowed to be up there. So, you know, that's not on me. Then again, the entire system's a little bit huge. But that's fine. As we set ourselves on fire. I don't know if that was ever said anywhere. I'm gonna err on the safe side of things. Just cause, like, I'm not entirely sure on, like, if they've officially done that or not. It doesn't seem like there's anything saying it, as far as I could find. I'm not the greatest at finding things, as we've established. With my, observation skills. But yeah, just erring on the safe side for right now. You know what I could talk about, though? I could talk about Marvel Rivals, but, that's beside the point. And you know what the point is? More quartz. Bribe with cookies. Heck yeah. Oh, right! This guy! I don't think this guy witnessed anything. Marvel Rivals stream upcoming. Only if you guys would want to see that. I don't think I'd be able to do that, like, while looking at chat and interacting. Because I gotta go, all the focus and stuff. It's giving me Splatoon vibes. Because I never played Overwatch. Everyone seems to be playing Rivals. It's fun. Screw other games, let's solve some cases. Yeah, let's go and get this guy like a cup of coffee or something. Jeff, yeah, no, that's all that needs to be said. Jeff is amazing and precious and a little bean. Anyway, I think they've witnessed something. It probably wasn't Jeff. No. Jeff can go and eat that, Jeff, though. I would condone that. His hat screams liar. His hat screams concussion, honestly. Multiple of them. Oh my gosh, there's like 2 patchwork things on there. Did he like weld them in place? Anyway. Oh god, what did you sound like?
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Oh yeah, I guess for a little recap, they claim to have seen our client, Natsume Souseki, I believe at the scene of the crime. She looks like she's hiding evidence in the sky. It's actually the other books that were actually there. Regardless, I genuinely don't think that he saw anything because he seems a little bit, tired. Yeah.
He's just seeing things in the fog. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off.
Good gracious, your eyes are sparkling. I think she's powering up a magical girl beam or something? I think I might be in danger.
We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box.
50-50 of him suddenly becoming sentient during the breakdown? Ooh, maybe.
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Do they have contacts during this time frame? I don't know.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Is it, though?
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to.
I mean, I think it's just the wife. The policeman is just there.
And his wife are claiming to.
But you're 19 months.
Thank you for the 19 months fire star. It sounded like you were starting to do the dan da dan opening or something.
Let's see. Claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. Na 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 na. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death now, in fact. Oh, can you hear us? Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate but chancing. And on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know! But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in... No, it won't. It's gonna take a while, and you know this. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. Winter break? Hey, congrats! Congrats, y'all! What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yeah, like no one has ever lied on the witness stand before. Not once. Never. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
He has said nothing.
Except that the man's so tired, his wife... Hey! We're on the same page! Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Hey, congrats. That's one more semester through with.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Alrighty. I wonder if this guy's gonna react to anything that she says. Maybe that's the key. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Beatty.
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Oh, don't choke him?
Just finished my beat.
Isn't her name Beat?
Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. He's into it. He's not even awake, apparently. A lecture is so monotone you tried to get extra credit for staying awake. Oh, man. Sometimes it be like that. It is, best of luck in those kinds of classes.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes, I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir, proof that I'm a London copper. Has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
Oh man, your eyes are like... You know what these eyes remind me of? It reminds me of like, do you remember the fairy type gym leader from Gen 6? I think, Kalos? It looks like that and it's kind of freaking me out a little bit. Like, I don't know, it's just... I can see the whites of your eyes, but it just feels so bug-like. Yo, professor took you out for boba? Heck yeah! Oh, actually, my Japanese professor took us out for ramen. Technically, it was for an assignment where we had to write a review in Japanese about the ramen, but also we got ramen, so that was pretty cool. Valerie, yeah, I think that was her name.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble.
Yeah, oh, miles. What the heck is a kilometer?
Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. Oh, hi.
Oh, I see this. Well, this stop.
I haven't had it in a while.
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary.
I ate it. Was good. Oh! Good gracious, they're charging up a couple attack.
Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
This is not the time and place for that, guys.
Oh, what a charming couple! Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little, over the top, perhaps?
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
No, I was hoping we could get, like, the police, warrant book or whatever as evidence. Guess we don't really need it.
Hold it!
2 silhouettes. Yeah, no, that's really great. What the cluck is a kilometer?
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. And there was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, unfortunately it does. And you're certain at that time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh, yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there were street lights, not lamps. Street lights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Ugh.
Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? This guy could probably see, like, I don't know, the apocalypse happen around him because of sleep hallucinations. I really don't know if I trust this guy's judgment, is what I'm saying. He could see anything, and I'd probably be like, you're sleep deprived, my guy. He could be telling the truth, and I'd probably still believe that.
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true.
Oh, I hope we don't figure out that one of them is, like, cheating or something. Oh, I hope not.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
Okay, they are still... Okay, they're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. And them! It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Okay.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Yank. Yep, there it is. I think it's the crack. The crack sounds like his neck is breaking.
Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Is the qualifier rotten necessary? Okay. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
Well, we saw him. He was the man in the dock without question, sir. A mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in there?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Sleep-deprived one. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir.
Oh! I thought he was gonna fall over.
Hold it!
Dang, we're getting like nothing from them. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
Oh, no, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one, after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Oof.
Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. Told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. When the woman was stabbed, it wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go. Report.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There was nothing more potent than a young couple.
Oh my god, he's gonna just collapse.
Than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
I think that might be the oxygen deprivation?
Is that what Patricia said, sir?
Let's move on, shall we? Alright, last statement. I mean, to be fair, I don't think he was awake enough to do anything. By stand guard, I don't know. Maybe he was awake. Maybe the adrenaline got to him. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? You couldn't see what he dropped. How can you see his face? Oh, please don't. He is not okay.
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Is that why you have, like, reticles in your eyes? Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yeah. And what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yeah, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Please stop doing this. Yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the tall mouth. Unmistakable, sir. She seems convincing. She's, convincing me that, she has a good handle, literally, on her husband. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-song they saw running away from the scene of the crime. There's nothing to say. So, that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So, if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no, then what do we do? Buy time!
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right. Slander their name.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seem to be so up against it? It's hereditary.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yeah, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped?
Oh, give me some contradictions to work with. Do it. Overstep.
Overcompensate. I could tell you the name of every...
Yes, do it right now.
Of every single one I could, every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
Can I ask her to add that to the testimony? Will do, Mrs. B.
No, it won't do at all! That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of.
I don't know, strangling her husband, maybe.
Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Roly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? I can't believe she's just giving this to us. Let's go.
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely.
Husband's gonna have a brain injury at this point? He already does. There's 2 dents on his helmet. I don't know.
Wouldn't it, darling?
Oh.
I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Wait, question. How many books did he drop? Allegedly? 3. I don't even need to press this. That's just incorrect. She really just gave us free real estate. This does it have anything about... Okay. Yeah, it's literally just this one. He's a grown man, but she's gonna give him shaken baby syndrome at this point.
Objection.
So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and The Thingamy Something.
I have this feeling that she does not remember what the book's titles were. Shaken Bobby Syndrome. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so like, they're somewhat accurate. Picture of, and you know, she doesn't remember them correctly, but a meal for... Hold on. Picture, Canterbury Yearnings, meal for that. So, the Thingamy Something, this is the one that's not there. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Hello! My favorite story, The Thingamy's Yearnings.
Oh no! What flaw?
Well, we found a contradiction, so hopefully this works. Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3, but no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you, 4 dirty old books.
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. Dun dun dun! Though, to be fair, I think perspective could be hiding one, but that's beside the point. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. Look at this graph!
I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it, I saw them.
Couldn't he have brought one with him that he didn't purchase? But what reason would he have to do that, though, you know? No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no! No!
Objection!
Yeah, he's probably gonna bring up that he probably just brought a book with him or something. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? Oh, he got another wine bottle. What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So, you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh!
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? Oh, it's definitely just behind her or something. It only shows 3 books. Was she carrying a book or something? Yeah, there we go. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say? Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. I'm sorry, who bit the book? Wait. Wait! A beast bit it. A fiery beast that we know has to do with lions, and that guy's wife maid. Oh. Why for do you have that, madam? I don't believe it. It's the fourth book. As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Wait, why would she have that book? Because they said that the fire was started by the wife maid, when she got really angry and knocked over a candlestick. I'm trying to remember. Like, what connection does she have with them? They would be able to identify her then, yeah?
Ora! Ora!
There, you see? Look at that. Look.
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Le...
What's it, Yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gaboriel? I'm backed. I can't French. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. That's not flawlessly, but no, that's fair. I do believe that she saw them. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. A meal for I can't do French is a riveting book, yeah. It's just a lot of confusion. Like, one character speaks in French, the other is just sitting there really, really confused, and like kind of interpreting what they say and coming up with their own story, which is entirely inaccurate, which you find out at the end. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the fourth book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the fourth book be omitted from the receipt? You're not... He's not that dumb, right? Like, the implication is that it belonged to her, even though we know that's not true, but... Okay. It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. But it doesn't! I don't know if we have evidence of that fact, but it doesn't! The victim was holding her own book.
I wonder, what became of that fourth book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Hand it over! Hand it over! Let me examine it! With my grubby little hands. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Yes, give it to me. The Lion's Pride. I do remember that because he mentioned lions. Herlock Sholmes coming in clutch once again. The prosecution rests. Great. If you're resting and taking a break, I'm gonna investigate this evidence. This one is just, yeah. Oh man, fire! But, more importantly, let's see. Ooh. Well, can I open it, actually?
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature. You were an English major! How do you not know English literature? So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, can I open it? No, I cannot. So the only things I can check are that and the burn.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? God, I wish your memories were better than this. Where's Herlock Sholmes? Alright, that's all I'm getting. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat, marry me, Pat.
Okay. Odd place for a proposal. So, wait, aren't they already married? Okay. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Can I speak? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. Unless you have, like, more evidence in your pockets. I'm sure you have more evidence in your trouser pockets. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? I mean... yeah?
Objection.
I don't think we've seen all of the evidence, and we definitely don't have the full story. I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. Well, what you can do is next time not withhold evidence from us, you know? The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... It's not over. I can't think of what to say. So is Sato gonna come in clutch again?
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. No, speak up, please. We love and appreciate you, Susato. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential, and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo?
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance.
Yeah, sure.
So, the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mrs. Sato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
That's actually something I brought up earlier, too.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think?
No, I fully agree.
It's just possible that this new evidence might be the
I know where this came from. I know how this happened.
It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. And the two spots to examine on the book.
Oh, shoot. Thank you again.
Yes.
Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Mrs. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Honestly, at this point, she should be the lawyer. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case and has hitherto been overlooked.
I mean, it has to be this one, yeah? Because, like, we discovered that it was burnt, and, like, that's relevant. Like, these are not gonna help. It has to be.
Take that!
Is it that it's burnt? Yeah, okay. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. I was about to say, I didn't present that. What are you talking about? The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
Imagine if you presented the photographic print. Man. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, Are you blind? No significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity,
It's burned! How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned?
you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue.
Guys, you're not blind, right? I know you have glasses, but like, he doesn't know what happened to the book. Yeah, that's why he's freaking out, because it's pretty significant. Fire? Burning? At this time of day? At this, time of weather? Like, okay. Oh, yeah, my lord. It's, the fire. Come on, I know you're scared.
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track.
I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals?
Oh, I freaking wonder. What's weird about this? Truly, no, this is like every other book. Every book is printed like this. No matter if it's old or new, or, passed down through the generations or not, or stolen, or, important evidence for a case. Truly, nothing has ever stood out about this thing. Your books don't come burnt? Well, I mean, sometimes the books I read are so fire they catch on fire. It's just, when you burn through a book, you read through that quickly, it just catches on fire. There's a misprint. There we go. We found it.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of it. Like, you could see this in the photographic print. This was not hidden on the back of it. Oh yeah, right. You gotta take a bite out of that book. A bite of knowledge, definitely. It was bitten by a beast. Hungry for knowledge, obviously. Anyway, I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious!
There we go. Yeah, when a book is so good that it spontaneously combusts, as books are wont to do. That's why you have hardcover books that don't, set on fire as easily as paperback. Definitely, and that's why it's more expensive.
It's been burnt to a crisp.
To a chip. I get what you did there. Inspector Siegel comes back in and starts eating the book. Do they set on fire as easily as Nickelback? Or as the Wicker Man? So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Especially when jury member number 4 definitely knows where it came from. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Don't you read books that have been burnt to a crisp? Doesn't that test your eyesight and knowledge of the arts? Yeah. Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? She was using it as a hand warmer. She actually just sets a book on fire.
Wish me luck on finals tomorrow. It may determine if I change my major.
Thank you for the 15 months, Black Scythe, and best of luck. Oof, those are big decisions.
Squeaky.
I hope the squeaky brings you luck.
Pray.
Do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. Wow, where have I heard that? There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. The squeaky sound is your dog searching for it. Great, now I have power to confuse dogs and cats. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered?
Its owner. I know exactly who did it. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. Okay, I think I got it right.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hands as I'm gripping the scarf on my poor husband. As she fell to the floor, after all, it's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
By being nosy.
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Well, I mean, one of the jury members has been involved with a fire. That might be a little relevant.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Where is he hiding? Where is Moon Man hiding? There it is. I couldn't tell because he was facing forward and he doesn't look like a crescent moon this way. Alright, it's you. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh, my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir. Ooh. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection.
Yeah, I don't care about snitching on her anymore. She was being biased against me, which is already against her duties as a jury member. Like, she's already incredibly biased against the client. She shouldn't be up there. So, yeah, I'll snitch on her all I like. Also, an oh redeem? Oh, man. I'll give you one. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I also don't want to be too loud. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Good lord! Oh, what sort of incident, counsel? They were having a fire party. A fire, my lord.
Fair to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride.
There we go. The Lion's Pride.
By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. But like, there's literally scorch marks on it. And there's scorch marks in the building. Like, okay. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, wow, you're being real nice about that, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh yeah, she was throwing books. Oh right, she was throwing books.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rolly? Why would a wife ever cause any type of extreme trauma, especially to the neck?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Maybe a scarf.
Had all my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke! And the wife started hurling things at me. There was I back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen.
I'm surprised that the window isn't broken.
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him.
That's a crime! We should prosecute her!
Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. Might have been open. Yeah, I get. Oh, right, they would open it because there's literal smoke in there. They would genuinely suffocate if they didn't. I'm surprised no one noticed the smoke. And there was no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season. There was a fire! Ah, yes. There's a fire in my house. There's smoke threatening to choke me. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep the window closed because it's a little bit brisk outside. It's like 60 degrees Fahrenheit outside. It's just a little chilly. So I'd rather not open the window today. My guy! I don't think you're this immune to- yeah, listen. I thought this guy was supposed to have brain cells. But no. No one has a brain cell. Herlock Sholmes probably has it. He ran off with it a little bit ago. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. I really hope the next thing that Ryunosuke says is, there was a fire! No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. That's not a good point. Just open the window. There was fire! Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? You can't be this dumb! Like... Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife? Yes! I believe it's a I think it's pretty certain, my lord. Unless you're saying there was another fire somewhere nearby where the same book got burned. Alright. Wait, I just realized that the couple's sharing a scarf. That's quite enough. I assume that's her speaking. Yeah, there it is. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. You've just done it to yourself. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Oh, don't slap the guy next to you. He didn't do anything to you. Oh, shoot. Mandatory health break. Ah! Alright, time to... Don't start any fires while I'm gone. I'll be back. Don't do arson. That's bad. Don't throw books that are on fire at people either. Back into the void. Be good. Don't set the void on fire. Hello. Did someone time themselves out again? Amazing. Again. Well, maybe if you use up all of your bad luck here, you'll have good luck in all your gachas. Ooh. Grab my water. There we go. Oh, there we go. We are back. Cool. Well, we're being threatened, so...
Apparently I'm a terrible mod who's only sent 720 messages, so here is 721.
Thank you for the 37 months, Apache. You are not a terrible mod. Also, I had no idea you could track that. What would the silence status look like? Duct tape? Magical looking duct tape? Sparkly duct tape, maybe. The Twitch recap. Oh! I forgot about that. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Neat. I wonder, does it count, like, if you time yourself out and your messages get deleted? Anyway. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right.
There we go.
How long have we sat here now listening to this nippy spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry, what's that?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement.
I would also like to say that the jury is in fact not impartial, and I would like to request a different jury.
What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. I don't think you've been throwing your vintage at the lamp. That specific one, like, I'm surprised it's still standing or, still lit. No, wait! The mystery of the Force book still hasn't been... Sorry. I can't handle the freaking... him balancing on one leg. Just one leg up. I don't know, it's like a weird flamingo or something. Flamingo vampire, I don't know. Edgeworth Esquire. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Oh, the lamp uses the magic as... Okay, that's true. But what if it was blood? Because he is a vampire. Please put your foot down. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? Oh, you're right! I guess we don't need to forgive his discourtesy.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the culprit. Court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
I don't believe you.
Guilty.
She shouldn't be here.
Guilty!
So we're doing another summation examination, right? Or hopefully Herlock Sholmes breaks into the building, I don't know.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Miss Susato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting.
Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, The defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Wait, Vishal, don't vote guilty. He didn't do it. He's just an anxious guy. He has a cat. We can trust him. I call him the cat for cross-examination.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman.
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
I can't wait for half of them to just be like, well, I feel like he did it. Alright, let's see.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
We're gonna find that! I'll get back to you.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was...
No shot. No shot, she threw a knife. No way, right? Right? Is she the one who did it? Did she have unfortunately good aim and just killed her? Well, I guess she's not dead. But like... no way. No way.
Dearie me, it was only a little book.
Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Yeah, but what if you threw a knife? Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fight at home a while ago. He gave me the sneezes.
Oh boy.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems.
Wow, you sound like a disappointed teacher. Or a proud teacher. Proudly disappointed? Yeah, sure.
With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. No, it was! And moreover... Oh, there it goes again. Man, people are gonna have a real tough, hard time cleaning that one spot. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. No, they weren't at the scene, but they were certainly around the scene. Hey! My crack theory that I'm worried is gonna be real is that, the Mrs. Garida was throwing things out the window, at her husband, but, out the window, including the knife that stabbed the lady!
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone.
I do remember saying, the knife could have been thrown at the very beginning, and I don't remember why I said that, but now it's becoming more and more likely. Oh, you're right, they don't have to clean anything because the wine and the glass would just dissolve into atoms. That's true, that's why he can crush it in his bare hands, and not have it stain his glove.
I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
Are you sure about that?
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? I think we have to question Mrs. Garridub. Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the women and how? We're playing Clue. Those two details are all you need to provide. It was Mrs. Garadeb in the apartment complex with the knife! Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was, thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. 2 days. Whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Okay, maybe we should press everybody. Can we sit Rolly down somewhere? Like, you know, I feel like his legs must be really tired. Alright, let's press everything.
Hold it!
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap
Fiery.
with his wife or something, you said.
That's not exactly how I put it, no. If you sit him back down, he isn't coming back up. Oh, that's probably why they didn't do it.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
She has a good throwing arm.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it. Which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I mean, it's better than the last one you gave, which was like, I hate you. And, that's not really a explanation. Suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Beauty and the Beast. She is both.
If that was,
Let's see. Okay. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, has such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So, why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly. And overwhelmingly racist.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too. If only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. Glad you admitted rational there. Oh, this is the one I need to press. This is the one. But what about the possibility that the window was open? She's fun. I mean, I was about to say and racist, but like most of the characters are, and historically so, eh.
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. Don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. You also don't want to suffocate. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see?
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? Has no one considered that they opened the window because there was a fire? How? It's so reasonable. Do they just sit in the fire and go, well, guess we'll die now? Guess we'll just burn to a crisp. Is that what happened to McGriddle? Is that what happened? Was the door actually unlocked and he was just sitting there, well, can't open the window. It's winter in London. Guess I can't leave. Bye-bye. Like, is that what happened? Come on.
It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
Then what's the point in even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
It's okay, we've just misplaced our common sense. Oh, sorry. The window wasn't open because Sherlock Holmes was funnily posing over there, no? It wasn't open when we were there, but like, you know, they could have just opened it while the fire was actively happening and then closed it afterwards. Like, there's nothing stopping them from doing that unless it's like an entire process to open the window. Like you need to hire people to do that for you, which I don't think is true. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. I guess no one realized that smoke is bad for you.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Stop slapping him.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yeah. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrideb. Good thing she doesn't have ammunition to throw at him right now. Because she absolutely would.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right. Well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? He, doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Odd.
Hold it!
Why would he be used to that? You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down here in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Pete will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Huh. No way that this guy is gonna be the key to this. Oh my god, this guy is gonna be the key to this!
Hold it!
Alright. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter, my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Oh yeah, I guess cultural. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Oh, of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. I huffed and puffed and blew those candles down. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, well, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
Wow! The windows open because of a fire? Who would have thought? Dang, couldn't be me. I never would have considered that at all. That's not a reasonable thing to conclude, that there was a fire and smoke in the room that you had to clear out by opening the window, despite the fact that it's winter out there and yeah, it's cold, but hey, breathing is more important than that. Anyway. The windows.
Well, a biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Oh, I got a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
Like, I will give juror number 6 that he probably couldn't hear what everyone was talking about. So, yeah, no, if he had heard, maybe he would have piped up and been like, oh no, you would open the window in that sort of a, circumstance. You wouldn't just sit there and suffocate. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. It's gonna be juror number 3 and 6.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she, in this case, very much she, could have done it.
Yeah, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yeah. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit!
Breathing is overrated? Oh shoot, you're right. Not you, you. The window was not closed! These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again, I told you it wasn't me!
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. God, no one has a brain! No one has memory! Our memories are being corrupted! Gosh. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the...
Yeah.
Oh!
It's finally hit you, I see. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb has had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my hat!
Can I pursue this in the middle of this? Can I? Ooh. Hey! What's up? I'm gonna just... How's it going? Juror number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Oh man, she's taking tea like shots. I have no stones to throw. This is exactly how I drink tea, actually. Not that fast, but like... I do kind of take them like shots sometimes. Oops. Mrs. Garadeb.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. The fact that this is a revelation speaks volumes. No, you're absolutely right. Oh man, our credibility as, I don't know, rational thinkers have gone up in smoke. For you see, no one opened the window. I don't know. I guess in that case, it's like no one opened the window, so our rationality stayed in the room. The heck, someone opened the window. There we go. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Then you could have thrown things out of there, like a knife. Ooh, spooky. Oh, all right then, yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement.
Yeah, that was what happened. That's what seems to be likely, and I think it's crazy that that's the reason. How did she manage to get a freaking... Like, sniping is hard when you're trying, and she wasn't even trying and got her. Alright, let's press. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know.
Yeah, like a knife. I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
What do you have to say about this? Hello? Oh, did something jog your memory from 2 days ago that you were really scared of? What is it, juror number 5? You're JoJo posing, what's up?
You know something? I've remembered what it was, that memory I blocked out.
Oh.
Was listening to what this granny was saying brought it all flooding back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
Uh-oh. She admitted it. Man doesn't even flinch.
Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
Oh man, that would really, really suck.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I had just got back home after work, like. Put my hand in my pocket for my wages that had just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh? Man. Mrs. Garrideb is drinking tea, but this guy is serving up the real tea.
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. Uh-oh. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
Oh my god, they were making food. They were having dinner. Oh no. No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. sure was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, it's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
So just to say this for the record, if someone is throwing knives, hatchets, and axes at you, that's not normal. Does not matter their gender or anything. They should not be throwing that at you. Call for help. Leave if you can. Just, you know, it's not a good. Domestic violence is not good. And if you are the one doing that, stop. Get some help. Me, I would not do that. That's a bit too late. No! I will hope and pray that that is a joke.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
I don't think that's a matter of refinement so much as, oh, okay. No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects to people is, well, it's so uncivilized. Cut out the middleman, throw them instead. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
That's not remotely the point. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words.
Thank you for the bits. Oh, a katana like the one that, I'm gonna just keep a close watch on Kazuma's soul for reasons.
Could be rather significant, I think.
All right, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Not you. So we're positing the,
Objection.
oh my god, this is actually what happened. I can't believe this is what happened. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief, you made them out contradict each other. Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
Oh, what are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of the story, I demand a straight answer. You gave us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
The knife. I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime. Is there anything about it that's identifying as Garadeb's knife? Can I open the knife? Oh, it is blunt. Is it from being thrown? Okay.
Take that!
This is bold. Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Oh, good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. Into the victim's hands, even.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Well, she could have just picked it up.
Even my Mrs. hasn't got an aim like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh.
So, well, I think she's been demoted from juror. My lord?
My lord, I wish to change my decision. For the drama! I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Oh my god, this guy who is so biased against us is actually... Okay. Wasn't there a magic and she should have just used that one? She just thrown it. Mr. Foreman.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents.
And, Grandpa has gone, you know, catatonic. We did it.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo!
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4, now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue.
Surprised she didn't throw the mortar shells. Oh man. That'd be really telling then, huh?
Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough, and the rest go up in flames. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter, or the fires.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Incredible. Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? Yeah, but you're the one who also said, oh yeah, they would never open the window in London winter even though there was a fire in the room. So no, I don't believe your word anymore. The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
Let me take a look at that map.
I mean, we'll see. It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And, as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the No, it fell! She picked it up after it went into the snow and put itself out. Are you daft? Why would I? That's not what I suggested. I never suggested this. This is not the clapback you think it is. Yeah, no, we're just saying that it ended up at the scene of the crime because it went to the out of the window far enough. That doesn't mean that it hit, like it landed exactly at that spot. It meant that it was just in the area. That's all we needed. She saw it, picked it up, and, you know, kept walking, and then another thing came flying out and hit her in the back. Like, what? It's still ridiculous, but like, it's okay. Sure. Can't wait to prove you wrong on this, my guy. To land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed fingers, victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? No, it isn't! That was never my That has never been my conclusion. Also, we have repeatedly said that she was very strong enough to leave, like, a lasting mark on his face after slapping him, like, ages ago. And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? No! It followed its own trajectory. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic, serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Oh my god. There's nothing There is so much you can say to that. Guys, I think they inhaled too much smoke in that room. Residual smoke from that room. Clearly they're not thinking straight. We need a doctor.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Yeah. Miss Susato.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak? Screw you! Detective stories are awesome!
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy. But what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible.
Well said.
To that end, Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror!
Well, she's clearly involved, whether or not she did do it. So, yeah, she can't be an impartial juror anymore.
Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
If you... Oh! Oh, good. Someone else got a concussion. We have so many people with concussions in this room already. And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Yeah? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rawley Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Did you hear any of this? Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing till now, sir. I was slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my pizza.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Roly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Oh, do we actually get to hear this guy make the testimony then?
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request
Oh,
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements.
obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Roly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off that crime scene from one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir!
Sorry, but... what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. We have been here for 2 days. Oh? Is it back? Oh, nice. Cool. I think my internet has also had enough and is just short-circuiting. Yo. 1 and then a 20. It's just balancing out life and karma, you know? Alrighty. I'm just saying though, Fanzeeks, we've been here for 2 days. How do you expect us to learn anything when everything has just been back-to-back cases? We don't have the time. Of course. Sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Oh.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No. You see the problem, then. Good. Your education in Windows is complete. Great, I've majored in Windows. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be...
Did you see that, Roly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. I do so love it when that happens.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Roly, you're so strong.
What the... How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Cool. Cool. I don't think this one's gonna give me anything, but I'll press everything anyway. How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? Can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man, it's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir.
Oh, Roly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Roly!
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb?
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yeah, well, so, could you answer the question? It was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, there's one thing.
Yeah?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'll be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal.
Okay, perfect. Evidence.
But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Perfect! Let's see. I've been wanting this since the first time we presented this. Hold on. What's in here? Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item number 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Item number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item number 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Principles. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace. Oh, wait, no, we already saw this. This isn't gonna help me right now. I don't think it is. I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more and then collapse because I'm too tired and just collapse right on the floor. I don't think either of these are gonna help me right now. Okay, pressing. By which you mean they don't open fully. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open.
Wait. Like, in that image, it looks like the bottom one also opens. Like, I mean, I'll give it that, like, it's still like there's still the angle there that'll keep it from, whatever. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. It ricocheted off of the floor and bounced at her! Yeah, that's actually a little too ridiculous. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Actually, there were mirrors!
Here's a directly opposite scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garredip's house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Hey, what's up with that? Why'd you giggle? Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all.
Actually, I could do this.
We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly Speed. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that's Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly Speed and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Oh, I thought he was awake. Never mind. Constable Beat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the reason I was up and out with interviewing the occupants of the Garredip household yesterday.
It wasn't his case to manage, that's true. He did have to help, though. That is true.
The house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if... Oh, never mind. I should probably take a second to stretch and stuff.
I will be right back. Hydration's important. Hello? Overloading the butt? Hydration. Oof.
Okay.
Such a mid-note. Well, technically that's what it is, you know? Oh, are y'all... Why do you guys keep timing yourselves out? June is on with spicy ramen. Ooh, well, I know who I'm rating later. Oof, that water almost went down the wrong pipe. Haha. Rolly needs a long... Yeah, Rolly needs, like, 5 hours of sleep at least. Alrighty. Well, I have this weird feeling I'm not finishing this case today. Spicy ramen sounds good. Fair.
Oh yeah, we're back. Clarify this for me. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
No. Wait, they wouldn't have moved the body, right? They wouldn't, right? They wouldn't do that so that they wouldn't have to deal with the case, right? I really hope that's not the case. That's a really screwed up do. I swear if they did that, okay.
Outside Mr. Garrett's house, yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
And just think, if the women had been attacked just on the other side of the road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. Which means that we had motive to move the body. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Roly for all his hard work.
Yeah.
Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. And now it's my turn, I think.
Okay, that's not... This is gonna be the important thing here. But... Is it just on the back here? Oh, no. It's not written on here. We did not write on the report. Okay. Well, yes. Like, here's the thing. I think that it might have been an accident again, where the knife fell and, like, stabbed the poor lady. You know, after a burning book fell and she picked it up and went, "Why was a burning book on the ground?" I don't know. Apparently, Ryunosuke has a very bad poker face. And very easy to read. Allegedly. Apparently. But... Man... I can't imagine dragging an unconscious lady who had just been stabbed onto the other side of the road just because you want to get to dinner. That's so messed up. I feel... Is that better or worse than, like, actually stabbing a person? I don't know, because, like, the movement would make it worse, yeah? Well, but according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Roly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for a lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Roly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Across to the other side of the road so that we would be able to make our dinner appointment.
I mean, they would have... Like, genuinely moving someone who was grievously injured, like, to the point that they've passed out, could kill them! So, like, they could have completed that job by doing that.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Roly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. But 3 steps to the right and I completely blanked on it.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. I was about to say, her getting lost is what. Okay, I can't believe that he genuinely said that. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Okay.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. Where have I seen that before?
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me, sir.
This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Yeah, that's a good point. Even if they didn't see it fall, how would it have gotten there?
Aha, could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
That's so unlikely! Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Oh yeah, and you know, London winters, they're brisk. You'd want to keep your hands in your pockets.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Okay, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing? She's trying to get it so that you either say you're not doubting them, in which case they'd be like, well, then you believe us, and therefore your client did it. Or, oh, you don't believe us? You don't trust in the police force here? That's crazy. That's ridiculous. Everyone believes in the bobbies here. That's horrible, and you're a horrible person for accusing us of that, and therefore you're wrong. Like, it's a lose-lose thing she's trying to corner you into. Anyway.
Please, just because I'm a woman,
Oh, never mind. We're bringing that up too.
it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable.
Girl, I just stood up for my judicial assistant in, like, 1980s England. I think that this isn't the point that you're trying to make against me.
You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yeah, I heard you loud and clear.
Yes, Mrs. Bede, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
Oh, Judge is just giving in. That was a very loud mutter. Well,
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he?
no, what?
Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Goodbye, Rolly. Duly noted, Mrs. Bede. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Ooh, the last time she spoke up, she did give us things to contradict, so I can't wait to see what she has to say now.
I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little, off sometimes, though.
Okay.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Roly. He gets ever so cross.
Oh.
Excuse me.
What do you have to say to that? Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No, sir, no problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
Huh? You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. Thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Roly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Roly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
I think we're about to learn about some police corruption.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Roly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
Huh. Who would have thought? In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
The other side of the road, huh? So he moved it, I guess without her knowledge. Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
Girl, I think you were right. Your flowers were literally right there. You were correct.
Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Unless it wasn't the bouquet that got moved.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick up the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Roly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
Did we find flowers there? By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose.
Oh! Oh! Yes, that's it.
Why would Rolly move the bouquet? Because he didn't move the bouquet, he moved the person. Because he didn't want to have to deal with that on his day off.
That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Okay, because everything gets to be connected in this case, do you wanna... How likely is it that the old bits of change that he found actually belong to juror number 5? You know? That would be really funny if that was actually true. Maybe just call it a rose?
Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's house. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Wait, if that's the case and that was the crime scene, then how would they have actually seen anything? Because if there was no street light, they wouldn't have seen squat. Okay. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
Evidence. It's evidence now. Your rose is evidence now.
No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
Perfect.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
So, like, would it be this one? I'm trying to figure out which one to press about, like, potentially the body moving. I don't think that has the... Hold on. Like, it has to do with these two pieces of evidence. This is the reason, but this is not the thing that was disturbed, so I probably shouldn't say this one. Maybe? Yeah, maybe it's this one where it's just like, okay, but then why was the bouquet moved? It's either this one or the other statement, so I have 5 chances.
Objection.
Never mind, this one worked. Thank you for that, Empress. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, rude. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Okay, rude! Meager?
Objection.
Can I argue on her behalf? Like, that's pretty rude to say. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belongs to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. They got flipped! Truly, there was teleportation magic between the two objects. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here, at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rowley's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come around. Great. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? He was so certain about the window being closed, yeah. I don't know. Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Why, our good old Bobby friend.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you.
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rowley do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. My Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Most tirelessly? I might have read that wrong. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Also, why would he run away and run back, you know?
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. I mean, if you keep shielding him like this, then, he's gonna think he can get away with anything. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You wanna say evidence? You wanna say probable cause? Because I have both. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Oh, but I am about to. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Oh, I got you. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to the entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Yeah, like ages ago.
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
And that's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. Spill the tea.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Wait, really? You're asking me to point that out? Obviously here! Wait, let me double check. I just want to double check. So it's like directly across, so it's like at the center of the square, or the rectangle. I don't know like how accurate they want me to be with this. So it would be here.
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Rolly Beat is a coward, and we know that chickens cross the road! Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
But if it was on that side of the road, there wouldn't have been streetlights. That's right. I saw it up with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constables overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? Is it gonna wake up? Or is he gonna pass out? Ooh.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed.
Is that an admission?
Only
It seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly!
Oh.
Hora! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Moly, why? Why would you do something like this?
Moving a corpse. Well, she's not dead. She's unconscious. She's not dead. Anyway,
Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
Well, clearly you don't understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman because you thought he didn't do that. Oh, yeah, no, judge is on my side, let's go. Santa Claus is on my side now. It's December.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory.
Ooh, we got called extraordinary.
Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan. Makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
I believe it is right here. I hope this actually is... Yeah, it was updated on this one.
Take that!
It's this piece of evidence here. You see?
Sorry to say that I did.
Objection!
What? Okay, I think it's that I've come to the right conclusion, but I just chose the wrong one. It's because he wanted to move it so that they could have their wedding anniversary. Because it's on someone else's jurisdiction, which was written on there. But whatever. What I would like to know, my learned friend, is the motive for your unthinkable actions. By which I mean that abysmal response. Maybe I was too unthinking. No,
Makes no difference where you come from, Mr. Naruhodo. Human emotions are the same.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
And I think you have a fairly...
I know what it is! I know what the reason is! I just need to figure out what it is. You seem to have a good idea of my own thoughts and feelings, Mrs. Hato. Perhaps too good an idea? Might just be the bouquet. Yeah, it might just be the flower.
Well, I heard you might arrange it yourself before, you see.
Oh. Okay. Hold on. Yes. I mean, I know the reason. Not that. I guess it just has to be the bouquet then. Oh, wait. No, it's this. It's this thing. Yeah.
Take that!
Again, right idea, wrong evidence. Oh well. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. And I can be unthinking sometimes, but I do get there eventually. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What? Oh, no, I think this is actually Dunosuke again. What must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
I'd commit a crime for you! This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says... Sorry, there was a fire and I had to open the window and I caught the sneezes. Alright. When, thank you. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So, that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God.
stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere.
As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer.
We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible.
But then, it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this happen? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so... I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. Couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street and then...
Gaslight, street light, Bobby.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rowley.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Roly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Oh, I see your meaning now.
The god got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, really? That was all my fault. I should have helped you cover up the crime better.
Wait, actually,
I should never have dropped in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Roly.
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garradip household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir, no doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. So, like, we've just proved that we were right. The knife dropped from above. Just like the book. Okay. I feel like we have pretty solid evidence that our theory was correct. He's just corroborated it.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene. Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Yeah? So you admit that you were wrong earlier, yeah? And the window had nothing to do with things, right? Right? Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Roly? What will happen to him?
If you say nothing, for now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. This sounds like he's keeping his job.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime, so he's not being punished.
Never again, sir. You mean to say...
Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Huh.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only— Are you daft? We just established the alternative explanation, and the only reason that got discarded— the only reason that got discarded was because, oh yeah, the window, it points down so you can't throw it to the other side of the street. Now it's not on the other side of the street. What are you talking about, man? What do you mean he's the only one who could have done it? Yeah, I'm gonna throw some wine at him. I'm gonna throw an entire bottle. Okay.
Objection.
Please point it out. Please point it out. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Seeks, is this true?
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Duh! The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
Oh my god, everyone's memory is so bad in this game. My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Oh dearie me!
Objection.
Why? How? That request is already— on the grounds that we just established cannot apply anymore. That request has already been denied.
Objection.
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh. I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection.
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Ah, I see. When they start picking on you and using you as an alibi, then you get mad about it. Okay. Oh. Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? Girl. Oh, now you listen to me? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. But yeah, it's an accident, and Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. No, well...
Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Can we get fingerprinting? Can Herlock Sholmes just bust in from, like, the ceiling? Oh, never mind, we're getting cross-examination. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. Mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. June! Oh no, I was gonna read you! Welcome in, welcome in. I hope that your spicy ramen was good, or so I've heard that you had. But yeah, hello. I am Julia Gu, or Sei Sou, a voice actor and VTuber. Pulled a sneaky on me. Yeah, I got... It's a turnabout! Anyway. We're on case 4, and I think the tail end of it, so like if you are avoiding Great Ace Attorney spoilers, you might want to dip. Also, I think we're nearly at the end of today's stream. I'm so sorry! But yeah, if you need to take a break or anything, go rest and all that, then like, absolutely go do that. Otherwise, welcome to sit in. And all of that. Yeah, this isn't a spoiler. I'm a lawyer! There we go, perfect! Oh no, an ad break is starting soon. No! Everything's happening all at once! What can I do? Oh, how the turntables, the Turblestain Lane. Okay. I guess, shoot, I should wrap this up. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Oh yeah, that was literally the last box! Oh, no. It wasn't? Oh, it was not the last box. I thought it would have gone to like one of those like, intermission things. Because this has been a really, really long case. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. It's gonna be a long trial. Yeah, it's been going on a while. I think this might be the last cross-examination. But like, they've also said that before. This will be the final testimony, the final one, and it never is. So I think me saying it does not help matters.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh dear me.
Oh, I think that's your... Oh my god. It's the moon to your sun!
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
When did you get here?
Oh,
I didn't know you were here, John. I see that this entire case has been, I don't know, couples counseling? Couples testimonies? Oh.
Wasn't telling you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that, hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garrett.
Yes, sir, former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Numberland Fusiliers? Sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes, quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court.
Fusiliers, oh.
Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir, at once.
The Battle of Gyaradob. Oh, I see that I will return in a second. I had no power to stop this one from happening. I have no more snoozes. I would have postponed it, but I have no power anymore. Twitch is too powerful. But yeah, I will be right back after these messages.
It's rigged. It's all rigged.
I mean, I could increase the odds for you guys, but then that wouldn't be very fair. Now would it? I don't know if I can increase the odds just for you. Oh. Easy. Oh, oof. That's really, really funnily timed, actually. Oh no! Oh shoot, I think Woobot got so engaged that it's just not telling me to come back. Oh well, I'm pretty sure that everyone's back from ad break. So hello, welcome back. My chair is creaking. It's actually my bones. It's actually his bones. Alrighty, the Battle of Garadeb. Oh. Hi, June! Well timed, I like just got back from a break. Yeah, I'll keep going for a little bit. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed your spicy ramen. I am here, apparently, solving marital disputes. That's just what I do as a lawyer. So spicy, I would not be able to handle it. Apparently, I have learned that my mouth can't even really handle. Well, it can handle, but it does notice the spiciness of white pepper, even. Which is interesting. I apparently have no spice tolerance. Also, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting a sub to June. Well, yeah.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
We know the reason. Spicy ramen stream with June it is. You're gonna have to catch me. You're gonna have to find me on the opposite coast. Good luck! White pepper is slightly more spicy than black pepper, and I like using black pepper a lot. But like, white pepper, apparently I could taste it, and it was baffling my friend, who was just like, what is your spice tolerance? Why is it 0? Why is it -5? So, yeah, for reference on that. White pepper salt thing? I don't know, actually. Cause like, I don't really usually have white pepper in my house, so maybe it's because it was different. Oh, speaking of spicy, knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that valley thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Are you kidding me? Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
Oh, have a good rest of your night. Bye-bye.
Oh.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you'll just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Okay, but like most marital quarrels don't involve, tossing burning books at your significant other. Or knives. Oh my god, don't throw knives at your significant other? Like, I think this has already gone beyond a marital quarrel.
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
They don't? No, they don't. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. White pepper powder, huh. Van Zieks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last
Is it?
cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Did they have frying pans? If they had one, I feel like she would have tossed that one.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Alrighty. I think we're already pretty confirmed about what events transpired, you know? Oh, salty, not just pepper. So if I just put together salt and white pepper, that would be white pepper salt? Or is there like some weird chemical reaction going on there? isn't made with more chlorine gas, so it gives you a little bit of a kick. That's not healthy.
Yes, on the day, let's see.
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Hey, can we have Sholmes here too? I miss him.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide off the mark anyway.
Are you gonna toss it at him? A likely story. Like, she can't burn him by overpouring the tea anymore. I genuinely thought she was gonna just yeet the tea at his face. I'm surprised it didn't happen. These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next, after these multiple blows to the face?
Maybe she can still burn his foot. Oh, you're right.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Stipend. Whoops.
Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. No? Not at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be boarding there. That's a terrible place to live. He would not room there. Also, I just remembered the second story has another guy that we like met briefly, right? Is he gonna come in at any point during this case? Huh. Interesting. Oh god, this might be a while from being over. Tea, the true indicator of wealth. True, true, true. Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Okay. Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of a Sasato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that? To be fair, I was also thinking that. No! Okay, listen, what this actually means is if you clear T, the T Ultimate in Final Fantasy XIV, that means you're rich. Obviously, only that specific circumstance. Or if you got that hot gossip. So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster.
Yeah, not a beast, huh?
Let me see. Some bread, cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin.
Excuse me.
I'm guessing there was more that she threw. You have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot! I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch.
Oh, what on earth?
Freeform, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
What did he say? I'm sorry, I got too distracted by her pouring tea into his pipe. What the heck? Well, I don't think he can smoke that anymore, right?
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every volley. Ah!
A root beer float with some whiskey. He can slurp it, please. Maybe this is why he keeps stirring with the pipe. He uses it as a cup sometimes. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Well, why does Van Zeke have wine with him? Or blood, I don't know. Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, hmm? Your pipe, sir. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yeah. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
Would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? That is not— that's a red flag. That's like crimson.
This is a real healthy marriage, huh?
Again, if your significant other throws things at you in this manner, and then tries to gaslight you into thinking that it's not as bad as you think it is, and then saying that you exaggerate, that's really bad. That's really, really bad. That's terrible, in fact. Why is this case this way? I wonder what we should make of this account. Could be important. Yeah, no. Whatever I said earlier of like, wow, she deserves to be angry. No, not at all, not anymore. The defense, like, here's the thing, Mr. Garadev isn't like a bed of roses either, but like,
Yeesh, at least he's not doing a domestic abuse. Okay.
the defense believes Mr. Garadev's remarks just now to be of great significance. And we're not brushing it under the rug.
Objection!
Yeah? What are you objecting to? This war veteran's words only tells us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed. Common sense, one might say.
Might one? Oh my god. What year is this again? 'Cause it sucks.
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not. Careful, it's hot. It's just covered in piping hot tea.
Ha! Piping hot. Oh dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Oh boy. This is healthy.
Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Cool.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. 1899.
Well, that's fun. Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks to Sasato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Okay.
Well, thank you for that, rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Well, hold that thought. hold that thought because I need to look at the pipe. Okay, well, what can I look at? I can look at the bandage. Looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrett's dressing gown. He accessorizes, good for him.
I suppose it must have been considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrett, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Okay, this is where the knife hit then, yeah? No way! He left that in there? What are you smoking? You poured tea into that! You were stirring with that. It never fell out? Well, you know something? He's not missing out on his daily source of iron. Well, it's gotta be clean now. It's been washed out with tea. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, I just thought, like, oh, maybe that could have been made with the knife, and we could argue that the tip of the blade, like, you know, broke because it hit the hard pipe. But no, the blade is just in there. Appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yeah, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. It adds flavor. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. Yeah, and it leads you to... What? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. You just kind of tap it out and it just cuts your hand like, oh, I found it! Yeah, so giving it an edge. It's giving us an edge in this trial, in this debate. Oh, man.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. Oh, are you gonna actually cut your hand? Don't do that. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely. It couldn't be. An edge worth mentioning. I'm going insane. Okay. Cool! 2 evidences for the price of 1. Great! Wonderful! Can I examine this too? Yep, that's a blade, alright! This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garredev's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade?
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't really know. There's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of...
Okay, you don't need to tell me. It's fine. You don't need to tell me. Alright. Well, okay. If that ballet thing was one of ours, you'd have a job of proving it. Oh, truly. I'd have such a tough way to do it. Oh, man. Anyway. Anyway, you've been smoking with a knife point in there for some reason. Did you ever notice? Oh my god, did you just never notice? Mr. Garredeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
I never cleaned my pipe, I would never have noticed.
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't?
Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Yeah, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be... You must be very dizzy. Ah, I see what they did there. That's a little mean. Man's getting old. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Do you know? Have you looked at the knife? Have you looked at the weapon? Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Well, you see, a knife was used in that, and, okay. Maybe I'm mean. I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Wow, we could just say that it's from the knife. Okay.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Man, within those 40 days that we learned about the British system of law, we absolutely took a theater class, right?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at the unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. Well, that's pleasant.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
I don't agree. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
Huh! Oh,
I think we just shot him.
good grief, Lord Van Zeeks!
He really is acting like we shot him in the chest.
I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this a fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh!
Oh my god, the back of his coat is burned away. I never noticed that.
Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So, Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught, knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Like a oh my god, that... You nearly got stabbed with a knife!
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrideb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrideb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
Yeah, and the chances of the knife then being flung out the window and landing on a random passing by person in the middle of the night when no one would be normally walking at that time is also 1,000,000 to 1. This entire case has been full of these. Someone should enter a lottery. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrideb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! Oh my god, she has a box. Wait, that's so funny. What now? Are you even drinking that? That doesn't look like it just looks like it's touching your chin. I don't think he's drinking that. Huh. I mean, I guess he's been using it as ammunition against that one light, so. A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that. Uh-huh. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Stop talking in wine analogies. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. You see, I have a bottle next to me, and therefore, this is wordplay that references the bottle next to me. I am very, very funny. Don't whine about it. Anyway, sorry. But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... Oh my god! It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. I don't know, maybe you can surmount it as easily as you... Like, you're really flexible to be doing that, you know? It could be more surmountable than you think. An insurmountable... What?
Lord Van Six, explain yourself.
Are you hiding more evidence again? Is there more evidence in your trousers, in that bottle maybe, that you keep throwing out into the crowd?
What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Dude, she picked up the book from the ground. She was bending over. And therefore... Okay. Like, that's the answer. That has to be the answer. She was bending over to pick up the book. But it's okay. They're not gonna figure that out for the next 30 minutes. Yes, in her... Oh my god, stop slapping him! That's right, you silly little man.
Now, journal thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. No way! That's not possible, truly.
Order, order.
Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Unless she was looking down at the weird objects that were burning and... Okay. Man, this case is losing me. Well, I know the answer. I know the answer. What happened? Hey kids, can you tell us what happened in this particular circumstance? Okay.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
Yeah, sure. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Get it, because we are at a witness stand. I'm very funny. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Okay. Please don't tell me I have to go through another testimony for this. I know the answer. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Susato, please save him.
Or, in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Miss Susato.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. The answer is obvious! You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Can I speak? Thank you. Was his mind ever filled with anything? Anxiety. Objection! Immediately goes back to having, like, you know, just having a meltdown. Means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. Wasn't expecting that to progress on its own. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. Okay, it's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Unless, under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Oh no! Kazuma's ghost is the one that did all of this! Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Surely. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. Oh god, now I'm not so sure this is the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... yeah, it would be this. It was on fire. Obviously.
Take that!
This. The fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book.
Is that not Mr. Garrideb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true, however, he literally said that he just put it back as it was. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So, the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me.
Come on, you can do it. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrideb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Garrideb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement and put itself out on the snow in front of you?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but
I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, that was a pretty cool animation. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Mr. Natsume Soseki.
Well, I never.
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of very unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, do you admit to the thing that you didn't realize that that happened?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Oh, he's trying.
Oh, honey. Someone should help him. I feel like he's gonna break. Oh my god. Okay. Well. Guess that's that. By the way, I feel like I should mention that if that book didn't fall and it was just the knife and it hit her head, she would have just straight perished. So like, I don't know. A series of coincidences indeed.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. Yeah, it's like... It was an accident, but also it's like... was domestic abuse, like, you know, against the law in 1899? I hope it was. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. I mean, I say I hope it is, but clearly there are two examples of domestic abuse that has already happened in this case alone. So, you know.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
Oh, man.
Don't you know your actions have consequences?
There is some good news, however, my lord. She woke up because the ghost of uncertainty has left the room and she was no longer cursed. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yeah, that is good news.
So, Mr. Natsume Soseki Natsume. Yes! On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir, for the copious amounts of trauma that we've inflicted on you for the past 2 days. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Oh, that's the conclusion? Yeah.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed, too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. I hope it has nothing to do with that potential gas leak in his room.
Yes, poor man.
So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks... Lord Van Zeeks?! He did nothing! That man has actively stood at every point in this trial. Oh my god, against us. Every single point. He did not help. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you. Okay. My work here is done, but you made things actively worse, Cape Swish.
Oh.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability.
Imagine if they still said that he was guilty because of the racism or something. That'd be awful.
Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Why is he here? Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Oh, well, it's about time. I say I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Depending on how much you actually heard.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
And then the courthouse caught fire. And no one opened a window. For why would you do that when it is so cold outside during this London winter? I'll get over that one day, not today.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you.
Into the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
Oh wait, don't fireworks also go— Why would they do indoor fireworks? That's such a fire hazard. The Reaper can reap elsewhere.
And finally, Mr. Natsume,
Oh, yes.
Lord Sir, you are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. May you never again be brought before me.
Oh yes, sir. Of course. On my life, I swear I'll never vote to put in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Herlock Sholmes, I am in need of the presence of the brain cell, 'cause I'm losing it. Oh, locum! Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Giddy, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased! Mr. Natsume is delighted!
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. From high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
I don't know. Judging by what the other, everyone in this particular court session has said, it might be warranted.
But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. Alliteration. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering. And a lot of alliteration, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
And an anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Well, if Herlock Sholmes gets to have a short story segment in the paper, in the magazines, then we can get one. Oh, we know who this is. Oh, we know who this is. Oh, we know. Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Yeah! It's him! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. It's 3 in the afternoon, dude.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! What a pleasure to see you!
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh,
The trial shall... You're just screwing with... You saw the entire thing. I know you did. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's, just finished, actually.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain. Gah! It's you!
Hairlock Sholmes! Oh? Have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Hairlock Sholmes! You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal! I'm going to give you a piece of my mind! My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Oh, wow! Way to guilt him. You're not wrong, but dang, way to guilt him. Had she been taken to hospital more urgently? I feel bad. Perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh! But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. Dang! Took him apart. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Oh my god. Look at that, look at that charisma roll. Nothing. Oh, priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Oh, wow, what a jerk. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And a lifetime of trauma. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper! Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed!
It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Why? Well, we haven't seen it in a while.
With the perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Sato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Screw being in Britain, I hate it here!
Oh!
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. I did that all the time, did not stop because I wanted to get out of here as fast as possible. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
Oh, he has so much tea.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all!
The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. I mean, he could pen multiple works, in fact. Very, very inspirational works that helped shape the future of literature in Japan for ages. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your moustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. It's been 2 whole days, or 3? And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room.
But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my! An evil spirit?
Don't tell me it was the cat.
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it, if that's alright. It's a low bar, but they did talk about sleeping in the park, so... higher bar than that. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Probably has to do with Wilson. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Oh no! I will do the redeem once the break is over.
Honestly, I'm about to wrap up soon, so I'm just gonna chill here for a little bit. Do a little stretching here.
I just really wanted to wrap this up. I did not expect it to take another hour.
Void arms? Oh man. I'm gonna call one of you Jim. Oh man. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to hug with you again. 1 more hour? Not. I can't do that. I will simply extinguish. I will evaporate. Ducknet. Oh, are there ducks in the void? 1 more. No! Darkness, my old nya. Ducks were the void all along? Is that why they tell you to duck and cover? So you can avoid things?
I thought that was pretty clever.
I actually didn't think of it until I started saying it. That's a duck? That looks like a monkey yeti. That does not look like a duck. What the heck? That is not a duck. I don't believe you. A gun scare that turned out to be a camera tripod? Oh, yikes. One time in my high school, during AP week, AP testing week, someone, I assume it was the same person, swatted the school. So like they had to redo their tests, and I feel bad for them. Not me. I was that was not my testing day. But yeah, that was a wild time. Normally a duck, now it's a yeti. It's a fuzzy duck. It's like seeing a fuzzy Pikachu. It's a little bit weird. But like, I would assume that Pikachu has fur, I guess, but like, meh. Oh yeah, that feels about right. Yeah, you get locked down for a while for that. Like, that's how you tell a lockdown drill from like the actual one. It's the amount of time. You kind of chill there and you start going, oh no, this is real. But yeah, I'm glad that you're all alright. Alright, let's wrap this up, yeah? Are you sure this isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. The 12-year-old? The 10-year-old? Okay. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic.
She did not answer the question about the luggage.
I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this— She's 10! I know she's a doctor, but like... I mean, I guess she makes explosives, so I guess she can work the stove. But like, something about that doesn't feel right, you know? Hello. Apparently the 10-year-old, or I think she's 10, is cooking dinner for us. Okay. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say. I haven't had a nutritious meal in years. You've only been here for a year. I know. But thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. She is the most competent 10-year-old. Yeah, no, it's just like, she literally makes explosives, so it's like, yeah, I think that saying she can't work a stove if she's making bombs is like, it's a little bit hypocritical, so. It works out. She's also like apparently a legal doctor, like genuinely, so. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yeah, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. Are we sure we don't want to go, like, stay with him in case he, you know, meets up, the Reaper catches up with him? Natsume Miku. Natsume Niku. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. He's not gonna catch on fire, right? This is actually pretty alright. This is an alright place to stay, actually. It even has heating. We just moved in with him? Yeah. I guess we are now housemates. The shovel's a little concerning. So this
Is to be our new office, yes.
our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh my gosh! Wait! His outfit under the coat is really nice!
Oh, also he doesn't have his hat on.
Huh. Chimney pipes looks concerning. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's a spade. Shoot, you're right. That's not a shovel. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, thank you very much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
I'm glad he still keeps that on him. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives.
We left him alone? Man's probably terrified out of his mind.
We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must simply let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad.
Splendid.
Oh, thank you.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. That's what they said in Kingdom Hearts! Before they sicked the first boss on you in the tutorial! Anyway. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Get the Keyblade! Get the Beyblade! Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Shom so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Doesn't have something to do with the Reaper's victims? Who knows? Find out next time! The door to darkness, no Zemnis, no Ansem, get away! We didn't do that at all! We didn't bring that up! Go back to your world that never was. Oh. Also, so there's... Is this the last one? Okay, this is the last major case. I do also know that there are a couple of extra cases. I found them while looking at the menu the other day. I think it's in here. I will be uploading the VODs. Don't you worry. Yeah. Like, there's a couple of extra stuff. Hopefully... How? Are these only for the... Oh god, that might be a spoiler. But these are probably just for the first ones? The first game? Because this is also the second game is, like, in this. So I'm not sure. I'll figure out which ones are safe to play. Probably the one with Kazuma is safe to play. And probably Natsume is, and Briar Road, probably. Oh yeah, I'll get to this afterwards. Taylor, yeah! You get a little sneak peek of the... Yeah, I can't use it right now, but... Look at them! It's really cool! I kind of like her original outfit a little more. It's a little too frilly for my taste. But yeah, I think it's really cool. Oh, he has mysterious bottles. Yeah, it's really, really cool. First one is safest bet for no spoilers. I'm probably just gonna, like, wrap up the last case and then I'll do all of the escapades and then head into the second game. Yip yip mask. Matsuri Shoms, yeah! No, it's really cool that they did that. Like, I don't know, I think it's a neat touch on everything. Especially with the cross-cultural way that they're, like, handling everything like that. On the other hand, let me see who I can raid at this time of night. We've raided Molly a couple of times already. I think I might throw you guys at Rin, actually. Nope. I'll ask for suggestions if I like no one I know is currently streaming, but right now I know a couple of people. Oh no! Yeah, don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow, actually, just because I feel bad about like missing out on Monday. And yeah, tomorrow, because it's not one of my normal streaming days, I'm not gonna do this one in case, like, you know, it's not like everyone's schedule and everything. But tomorrow I will be playing Paper Perjury, which is an indie game in the similar vein of Ace Attorney, which the devs actually very kindly gave me a key for. So I think that'll be pretty fun. Yes, tomorrow. Not Friday, tomorrow. Friday will be more Great Ace Attorney. But tomorrow, a little earlier, I will say. I'm probably gonna do it 6 p.m. Eastern, so 3 p.m. Pacific? 4 p.m. Central? Blasphemous, exactly, and that's why we're not doing this game. Is it the Keyblade? We found the Keyblade! It was the Paper Perjury the whole time! Also, apparently there's a cat in the game, and therefore, it's already excellent. Oof. Hey, knock out those exams though, you got this. So, let me start raid. Rin is playing Honkai Star Rail. If you're avoiding spoilers for any reason, I believe it's current stuff. Ungraded diagnostic. Oh! Well, it's a test of your mettle. It is what do villains say? Like, to test your limits. I don't know, what did Itachi say? I can't remember. Oh god, you're right. Ending screen. Tomorrow I'll be streaming an hour earlier than I usually do. Just cause like I do have a hard cutoff tomorrow rather than like, you know, like something like today where I could like go further on. A test of your reflexes. Exactly. But yeah, so more airport? No, actually that's just it's raid time. That's my 14 raid time. What time in Central? 1 hour off. I believe that is 4? Wait, no. Okay, if it's 3 p.m. Pacific, then I think it's 4 p.m. 5 p.m. I'm so good at this. Apparently it's 5 p.m. Oh man. 17 in military. Oh my god, I can't calculate things apparently. Oh god, I'm running out of time. Thank you guys for hanging out and going through my meltdowns. We didn't get a good meltdown from the Gyarados, so I had to do them instead. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow.